Alrighty, everyone. Welcome on back to some Thursday night CEDH. Oh, my headphones aren't working. Alright. Anyways, welcome on back, everyone. We are in it once again with some CEDH. How's everyone going on today? We have Good Guy Joe with Crystal and Human Princess in our round one here. Zach the Boss with Nin the Pain Artist. David G on Kefka Court Mage and Super Trooper Terra. I'm going to be getting up our predictions here in just a minute, so stay on by as we get things started. And we are back. Here we are. Ugh. They're getting their mulligans in place. Everything setting on up. How's everyone doing today?
You will get 0 credits, just so you know. I will have no cards left in my hand by the end of the second turn. Well, that's I will have maybe one card.
Alrighty. There we go. We got everything all set up. We have Good Guy Joe on 7, Zach on 4, David on 6, and Super Trooper on 7. They are ready to start playing on in. Got a little bit of a technical hiccup here. Let's start up a prediction, y'all. Let's get everyone on in. It is round 1 of Thursday Night CEDH at Natural 20 Games. We have Good Guy Joe in seat 1 playing his 4-color crystal deck, Inhuman Princess. Zach the Boss, the big man, of course, playing his Is It Nin the Pain Artist. David G hasn't been in the stream room too often, hasn't win quite yet, playing some Grixis Shell Kefka. And then lastly, Super Trooper Sean on, of course, Terra Magical Adept. You guys have 10 minutes to have your predictions. It is started. Good luck, everyone. As we get things going, and started with a Delighted Halfling onto the field. Going to make a uncounterable crystal coming down to the board. Zach the Boss surveilling 1. Zach predicting to be a 7-drop spell on the top here. And David G playing out just a Mystic Remora and passing the turn. Got some technical issues on the back end here, so I'm a little lagging on the commentary. My bad, y'all. My bad. I'm a little alone tonight. I'm your humble commentator, Sean. Jeremy is not with us at the moment. He is off on his vacation. Well earned as well. If anything, I wouldn't be surprised if we see him in chat today saying hello. That's the cue where he says hello or something like that. I don't know. But Super Trooper Sean here is fetching here for a land. We're going to grab up a Trop, he says. I think Trop. And passes the turn over to Joe. Ah, blood, not Trop, blood. Well, Joe gets out his, what is that, Tundra? Step 3, and we get Crystal on out. You guys haven't seen Crystal in Human Princess. It is a 3-mana 2/3 with flying. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Crystal deals X damage to each opponent, where X is the number of colors that spell is. Tap, add a red, green, white, or blue. All but black. Very interesting. Coming from the pre-con, the Fantastic Four pre-con, which was the introduction of the Inhumans very early on in the Fantastic Four's debut. The Inhumans being Black Bolt, Medusa, Crystal, and the royal family, of course. Very fun to see that they are represented in the Fantastic Four Commander deck from when Marvel Superheroes came out. Zach the Boss putting out Nin the Pain Artist in his second turn. Getting things ready to start getting a good amount of card draw and... Good amount of card draw. And some value. David plays for Mystic, plays a land, and then Super Trooper is Demonic Consultation. We're going to get Dark Ritual. He says Dark Ritual, no LED. We have gotten rid of. Let's see how far we have to go. Cole. There's the Hot Thor, Cole. There's Brain Freeze. There's the Dark Ritual. Perfect. Looks like we're all good. Totally, with Mystic gone already. We're going to put that in our hand, of course. Go to turn. And there's the Necropotence, the only thing he is really trying to grab for at this moment. Taking a look at what we exile here from Necropotence. Ristic Study, Adnaz. We're getting rid of a lot of value here. I think at this point, this is when Sean kind of might have beefed it here. He might have fumbled a little bit, getting a lot of his cards into exile. Brain Freeze, LED, Thoracle. He already used Demonic Consultation. And I doubt he runs any Return from Exile type stuff. Pull from Eternities, we'll see. Soulbond creature here. No trigger here. It's a Soulbond creature. Trying to figure out, I think it's Tandem Lookout. Yep, this is Tandem Lookout. It's a 3-mana Soulbound. As long as Tandem Lookout is paired with another creature, each of those creatures has whatever this creature deals combat damage to a player. Deals damage to a player, draw a card. It's like Curiosity here. So with, of course, with Crystal dealing damage, and whenever you cast a non-creature spell, deal damage for each of its colors. Strike it rich, deal 1 damage. We're going to draw a whole bunch of cards here. So this this is actually an interesting build for this. Strike it rich, makes a treasure. Of course, we're going to draw a bunch of cards. We have made mana, so this has turned into a sort of Niv Mizzet slash Vivi situation of making a whole bunch of card draw and trying to storm out manually. Red Elemental Blast targeting the Tandem Lookout. Trying to unpair it here. And that's going to stop that with the trigger on the stack. We're going to have 2 white. Taru uncounterable. So Zach and Joe run the draw card. To charge that makes a tapped treasure. Volcanic Island is our land for turn. Grab a Training Grounds, Mystic Remora will trigger, Tartaro triggers as well. So Training Grounds is going to be reducing Nin's activation cost by 2. Makes it a bunch cheaper. Bloodstained Mire, fetch. Already Grim Monolith is cast. And put out Talisman of Creativity. Pass on over to Super Trooper. Necropotence says no draw. Go to main phase. Chopping a breeding pool. Very late to the party, even going last here. Super Trooper can't really do too much. Rite of Flame is going to try to catch us up in this point. Draws all the draws in the world from David here. We're going to be feeding Super Trooper's going to be feeding David as much as possible. Let's make that 2 red mana here. With that, we're going to be Final Fortuning. I guess can't win here. This is the mistake turn, says Zach. Instead of the demonic consultation, we're going for the Final Fortune. Take an extra turn and losing after that turn here. And then we're going to Tinderwall. Might as well get a little extra mana going. What are we paying down to? We're going to play 24, going down to 5 life. No, sorry, 25, going down to 4. 5, 10, 15, 20, 24. Can't be bolted. We're going to be sculpting the perfect 7 for this final turn, or Sean loses here. Unable to really do anything. Hopefully he has dug himself into a win enough after 2 Necropotence turns. There we go. Super Trooper should be at 5. There we are. Did 24, not 25 life. Tinderwall is just out of range of Nin's damage that Zach can do. Because of that reduction, essentially, Nin says for is it tap, deal 2 damage, and draw 2 cards to target creature and target player. Nin herself is a 1/1. You picked a 6. We need 1 more card here. Some interaction, perhaps. We still have Breach, still have Grinding Station, still have perhaps no Brain Freeze. I mean, I guess we do have our rocks still, so we can still do maybe like Mox Diamond, or no, not Mox Diamond. I guess Soul Ring Grinding Stations. Mana just has to be a mana neutral or mana positive artifact here that we can recast out of the yard. Fervently mana positive. And we have got the perfect 7 here. What's the perfect thing? Exiled. What, 20-something cards do we exile here, Sean? Let me discard. Grinding Station. Land, Breach. Land, Esper Sentinel, Flare. Oh my god, he does not have the Breach line. He has discarded the Breach line. What is his win? Does he have Dualcaster? Does he have Dualcaster win here? Command Tower. Soul Ring. David draws. 1, 2, 3. Does he actually have Dualcaster Mage combo? D-Tutor. What? Wait, what? Or Demonic? Mystic Remora trigger? Does not want the Mystic Remora trigger. Demonic Tutor. Is 4 mana available? Mystic Remora has stopped Super Trooper in his tracks. Forgot about the stacks piece or the tax piece here. No, we Demonic Tutor here for our card. Oh, okay. Sean just says, "I'm sorry, I lost." He saw 35 cards, or like a little under 35 cards here, and just goes to end step and loses. Boop 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 boop. And he's gone. Just Necropotence down. Final Fortune to a dream, and to nothing. Good guy Joe. Goes to turn. Fully untaps. Good amount of treasures here. Joe goes to draw. He has 10 mana available. That's enough to win the game out right here. He should have just sent it. What's the win con for him? Infinite mana into self-ping for Thoracle. No, Zach's win con's general Izzet stuff. He uses Nin mainly as a just value engine type of thing, or as removal if need be, and making someone draw a whole bunch of things, or as a way of stopping someone's Thoracle. Surprisingly, Zach actually goes for extra turns in Nin. He does a lot of extra turn stuff in Nexus of Fate, Temporal Trespass, all that other things. Open the Armory. Open the Armory is a 2 mana. Search for an aura or equipment, reveal it, put it in your hand. So we're going to go get Curiosity here with Joe, most likely. Keeping one colorless floating. Yeah, no problem. We are going to Force of Negation this Open the Armory. Pitching a Fierce Guardianship. Double counterspell. Crazy. Getting rid of 2 counterspells for the price of 1. But Good Guy Joe, of course, playing 4 color. Has probably a response here to it. 5, we're going to just hard cast a Force of Will. No pitch. David draws. I mean, we saw two counterspells leave the hand of David. Could he draw into another one, or does he have a different one? Another Force of Will, maybe a Pact. For 1 blue. Flusterstorm. There's 3 copies here. There's 4 copies, including the original here. So we do have 4 mana. There's the 4 mana. Good Guy Joe really wants this Open the Armory. He's going to ensure that he gets it. He pays the 4. Gonna be 2 damage here because of the crystal. Let's resolve that damage real quick. So we resolve the stack. We're gonna get Open the Armory. Grabbing up a Curiosity or a Keen Sense, it could be. But most likely Curiosity, because I don't think he has... He does have a green from Crystal or his treasure. David blowing through 3 counterspells on his on Joe's turn here. To counter a tutor. Okay, Obsidian Eye. So instead of the Curiosity or anything, we're gonna need a Obsidian Eye. Same thing, except it has Flash for 2 more mana. Deal damage to an opponent, you may draw a card. So with Crystal, of course, we're going to deal damage, drawing a couple cards here every turn. We're going to target Delighted Halfling with Nin. And Joe draws 2 after we shuffle, of course. Training Grounds, of course, reduces the X spell, or X cost of the thing by 2. So we get rid of the Delighted Halfling, slowing down Joe just a little bit here. Hopefully. as Zach moves to turn. And that's pretty much the showcase of Nin being that sort of like very versatile removal, right, and control piece. And Zach plays a land and passes the turn. Zach is a little behind here compared to his opponents. Haven't got out too much. Haven't been able to draw too many cards either. We're going to pay Mystic here. We're going to pay for the fish with Grim Monolith. David goes a turn. Ancient Tomb. Press our land for turn. Arcane Signet. Rite of Flame. Make 2 red. If Super Trooper is still in the game, we'd make 3 red here because of the other Rite of Flames in the yard. Using 2 and 1, let us grab a Professional Facebreaker. Professional Facebreaker is a 3-mana 2/3 with Menace. Whenever one or more creatures you control create a treasure token, or deal combat damage to a player, create a treasure token, sacrifice a treasure, exile top card. You may play that card this turn. Good Guy Joe goes to turn. Gonna not quite just shoot out the Ophidian Eye here. Three mana. What the heck? Jeskai Ascendancy. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, creatures you control get +1 until end of turn. Untap those creatures. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. So this is going to be a way for us to like untap Crystal and make a whole lot, refunding a mana every non-creature spell. That way, as we are manually making a Niv Mizzet here. Crystal targeting Commander for 3. Nin's gonna damage it. Make it Jedro draw some cards. Very interesting political piece Nin can be as well, being like, if you have something in your hand that stops this, if you don't, let me try to draw you into something, but I'm going to be destroying your creature in the process. Destroy your commander, most likely. But right now, he's using this as a way of giving us an extra turn. We're going to float a red in response. And then damage trigger. We're going to put that in the command zone and draw 3. This guy's Ascendancy. Resolves. Absolutely crazy. Exotic Orchard as our land for turn. The one floating, we have enough to recast out our crystal, but we have no more mana available to us, and our crystal has Summoning Sickness. Very cool deck to see. Good Guy Joe is showing us that he is constantly the threat here with a lot of pieces, a lot of niche pieces as well. Jeskai Ascendancy, haven't seen that played in quite some time. And that goes to turn. Setting after, of course, Joe has set himself up for next turn. It's going to be between Zach and David to try to hopefully find something to stop him if it gets to Joe's turn. Mox Opal, we're going to have Mr. Kimura draw us a card. Of course, Treasure we make from Tataru Taru. And Zach passes, keeping up mana for interaction. But on Zach's end step, David gonna have a response to at Limdul's Vault. So we're going to look at the top card, and then as many times as we choose, we're going to pay a life, put those cards in the bottom, anywhere and we're going to put the top 5 cards to your library. Then shuffle your library and put the last cards you looked at this way on top in any order. So this is the first. Get the first one for free, and then after this, it is 1 life per cycle. We're going to put it on the bottom here. We're going to go for our next one. And we lose 3 life here from Jessica Ascendancy. We just got to remember that from Crystal. So we're going to put it on the bottom here. Joe corrects it. David takes a look at the next top 5 here. Do we want these 5? He's contemplating this one. And he has chosen his last 5 here. Oh, wait. There we go. We resolve it correctly. Getting the top 5, shuffling it. Shuffling the cards we looked through into our library, shuffling our library all together, and then those 5 cards are going to go on top in any order. So that is Limdul's Vault. Resolved. All right, David. You found the cards you wanted. Is this going to win the game? Mr. Grimoire trigger. Mr. Grimoire is going to go to yard here. We searched our library. We're all good. We know what's coming. All right, David. Draw for turn. Whole bunch of mana. We got 8 mana here with a Pitiless Plunderer we can still use. Move to combat first. We're going to swing over at Zach the Boss. Takes the 2 and makes a treasure. Second main phase. Tap for 2. Loading a colorless. And 1, so 2 mana. Demonic Tutor. Going for Thoracle combo here. That one's alright with it. If he goes for Thoracle combo, David loses here. So, if we go for Demonic, or the Consultation Thoracle combo, then Thoracle enters. We're going to hold priority, of course, casting Demonic Consultation. Exile our library. Zach the Boss dumps mana. Kills the Facebreaker, making David draw a whole bunch of cards. Or even we can just kill Thoracle and make David draw even more cards. But it'd be, yeah, I think it'd be more likely that we would kill the Thoracle here because David does have ways of blinking. Like, for example, Kefka, Aether, or Essence Flux is, I believe, a Kefka card still. Where you blink Kefka, get another trigger, of course. Defense Grid. That's fine with Zach. Zach does not have to cast any spells here. He has enough mana still. Two. Honorable Breach. Okay, nope. We're going for a different win here. Check what's in the graveyard. Demonic Tutor, Mystic Remora, Counter Spells, Cabal Ritual. Can't really see too much right now, unless we got a Brain Freeze now. If it's a Brain Freeze into Thoracle, then either way, Zach still wins. Or Zach still makes David lose. We're going to exile 3 cards here and recast Demonic Tutor. Keeping track of Storm here as well. Honorable Breach. So we got 4 is our Storm count. Alright. We have Demonic Tutored. For what I believe is Brain Freeze. LED, Storm Count. Storm Count's 5. Cracking it for 3 blue. Three lands we discard here. Three lands here. 2, Demonic Tutor once again. This is the point where we Demonic Tutor for... So we're going to go ahead. Now we grab the Brain Freeze. Now we have LED. We have the Unwell Breach. Now we grab the Brain Freeze. We go ahead. Search out for that. Most likely cast it. And then start milling a whole bunch. Mill ourselves out. And then we're going to Oracle. And then lose the game. There's the blue. There's 7. Storm count 7. 6 copies plus the original. There's it is. So as David loses himself the game here, unless he has a way of removing Nin right now, but I still don't think he sees it. Cracking it for 3 blue once again. And we're going to mill 27 cards when we cast Brain Freeze. And then we're crack for 3 red. Red instead. Very interesting. I guess could hopefully try to find a Deflecting Swat? Deflecting Swat or Redirect Lightning in order to redirect the Nin here. That would most likely be the best option. Frothy, Gilded, Mental Misstep. One red, one blue, Brain Freeze. Nine, 10, 11. We have the Demonic Consultation now. Not quite ready to Brain Freeze. Make 3 more blue. Go to 5. Recasting LED. Crack it, make 3 red. There we go. Now we have enough for the deflecting swat when we need it. If he still has it. He hasn't. I don't think I've seen it exile quite yet. I'm consistently doing like lands and value engines. For 1. And we're gonna Pyroblast the Nin. Yep. This is the point where he responds to Pyroblast. Alright, so he did have it for it. Before we go too deep. And then dies. Sweet. I don't see anything else that could stop him here at this moment, but maybe Zach still has enough mana here. Between his 5 lands, he can probably try to maybe eke out some type of counter magic. Have a Flusterstorm, perhaps, maybe. Instant speed, draw a card. Gifting a card here. Crack it once again. Make 3 more blue. And recasting LED again. We're just recasting LED right now and just making as much mana as possible. Nope, using 2. Casting out Brain Freeze. Milling ourselves for the rest of our library pretty much. Oh, are you targeting everyone? I'm gonna mill ourselves out here. We're gonna target, so with the rest of the storms, we're just gonna target Joe. Are we just going for milling everyone out here, David, or with Oracle in? Okay, we're at the Oracle. We're gonna check Graveyard. If he has an interaction for some... Zach might be able to stop it here, but if David gets stopped, then it's just going to go to Joe here. We're going to Trick Bind with Split Second on Thoracle. MTB gets countered, and then he has Essence Flux in his yard here. Just wanted to show it. Fantastic. Excellent floods, and that is David G getting it. All right, sweet. We'll be right back for round 2. Stay tuned as we get things ready. Alrighty, everyone, welcome on back to Thursday Night CEDH Round 2. We are in with Justin S., Nathan M., fighting up against the newly nicknamed Late Night Mike on Anala Archmage Ritualist, of course, his winning deck here, his only deck, pretty much. The only one I've seen him play. And, of course, we have Hot Rodrigo. Haven't seen Hot Rodrigo in quite some time. Welcome on back, my man. 2 non-nicknames against 2 nicknamed here, with a little bit of a handicap, as Justin and Nathan will be going first and second. It's not an actual, like, 2-headed giant, but, you know, it's fun. It's fun to root for teams. Let me get up our Late Night Mike. Here we go. Let's get up our predictions. You guys will have 10 minutes. Put on in your predictions as they're finishing up their mulligans. Welcome on in. How's it going? Welcome back. It's Natural 20 Games, your local game store around the world. We are wonderfully located in Las Vegas, Nevada. Come on down, find our shop, play in our tournaments, or just play casually with us, as we have a lot of table space for that purpose. Come on in. We are a big tournament hall, pretty much, on top of just being a awesome game store. So we have Corvo's Faker's King, of course, that Landstorm type of effect, all about using our lands, sacking our lands, and returning our lands back, getting those Corvo triggers from sacking, and a lot of landfall triggers. Got Nathan M. on Kinnan Bonder Prodigy. Just some Simic good stuff right here. Trying to win with infinite mana, activate Kinnan for all of that value early game, and then just winning it out with infinite mana. With a whole bunch of creatures, and maybe even a Thoracle if we can exile all of our library or something. Then we have Late Night Mike on Anala Archmage Ritualist. Late Night Mike here, freshly with a new nickname from last week. Playing some Archmage, playing some Wizards, trying to win with a Spellseeker combo, or Technomancer combo, or What else is there? There's the 7-mana wizard that returns instants and sorceries. Probably have like dual caster mid combo. A whole bunch of wizards. And then Talion, the Kindly Lord, piloted by Hot Rod Rigo, Demir, some pseudo, a little bit like a group slug type of thing, just sign a Demir mid-range value with the titular CEDH combo, Thoracle, Demonic Consultation. Just trying to get and draw a whole bunch of cards from our opponents playing spells. Still resolving mulligans here. They are going down pretty hard here. Going down very low numbers. Looks like Justin's discarding 2 here. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, taken up is 6. Second mulligan. That's what that meant. 7 minutes to predict who's going to win this round. Probably have a bunch of Mike's friends in chat right now. Late night Mike keeping up a 7. Rodrigo keeping up a 5. Very risky going down to 5 here. Hopefully he has some way of returning that value. Some sort of early Mystic Remora, maybe Rhystic Study, turn 1 Rhystic. Maybe a turn 1 Talion with a LED and just hope and pray. So 6, 5, 7, and Nathan's still mulliganing down. Alright, Nathan's all set. Looks like he's putting a couple onto the bottom here. And going down to 5 as well. Good luck to our players as they're good to go. They have an hour and 20 minutes on the clock. Justin's going to be starting us out with a card for turn. Putting out an Underground Mortuary to Surveil. We're going to keep that, or are we going to mill it? We're going to mill it. Out of Nathan, turn 1. What's Nathan's turn 1 play? Chalking a breeding pool. Pitching a Spirit Guide to get a turn 1 Kinnan. No 0 rocks. We're just going to go over to Mike here as he draws for turn. Only one to keep up a 7 here. Draw as an Ancient Tomb, tapping it for a Felwar Stone. Has 2 of his 3 colors, not all of them quite yet, but at least 2 of his most important colors. Red isn't as important in Anala as the other ones. Rodrigo's throwing down a Mox of Diamond. Underground River, we're going to discard, and we're going to put a Bloodstained Mire onto the field and pass the turn. We're going to do an end step fetch here, most likely to Surveil land. Or to keep it up as a flex, just in case someone does do anything weird, then we can keep it up for an actual untap land, and perhaps some interaction here. Justin puts down a Deathrite Shaman and passes the turn with just a Shifting Woodlands. Nathan goes to turn, draws. Playing out a City of Brass. Not a mic. Put a Rectus Surveil land. Raucous Theater. And on the end step, Hot Rodrigo is going to fetch here. We're going to get a Wishclaw Talisman. Nothing crazy. You know, just almost to the point where we can... Well, practically to the point where we can Thoracle combo on our next turn. So he's looking to be pushing on a turn 3 here. So if anyone, hopefully has some people have interaction on their turn cycle, if they haven't noticed it quite yet. Rocking a Watery Grave. Not quite enough for Italian. Keeping up mana for interaction. Probably to stop Mike here on his turn 3 push. Justin, gonna draw for turn. Free mana available to him. We're going to play a Besaju. And passing the turn with 4 mana up. Keeping up interaction. I think they both, Rodrigo and Justin, have looked at Mike's field, knows that he's going to be going for a push here. Looks like Nathan's taking a look as well. I'm going to play out a Gaia's Cradle. Then for 1, for a Soul Ring. One, two, three, 4. The One Ring. To rule them all. Response to draw here, Rodrigo is going to flash out an Orcish Bogemaster. That's going to be able to stop Nathan in his tracks, as Kinnan only is a 2/2, so it's going to ETB, deal 1 damage. We're going to hit Quinnen for 1, and then the One Ring is going to draw 1. And passing on One Ring activation. We're going to draw 2nd on Kinnan. Do we have a response to Orcish Bowmaster here? We do like this. Mike specifically likes this, as Nathan's going for a lot. So we see all here. Nathan tried to go for a good amount of value here, but Rodrigo is taking this opportunity to try to get rid of Kinnan and setting Nathan back almost a turn here. Late Night Mike is glad to see Hot Rodrigo has less mana, same with Nathan, but Justin with both the Deathrite Shaman being able to exile the... Ooh, Underworld Breach, being able to exile a whole bunch of cards from the graveyard, but Underworld Breach, we're going to be able to do a lot. We're going to activate Wishclaw with our 1 floating. We're going to read Wishclaw real quick from Hot Rodrigo. So it looks like Late Night Mike's, like I said, going for that turn 3 push here. In order to do an Underworld Breach combo with maybe a... We're going to stifle the activation. Effect is stifled, so it doesn't move anywhere, so Mike gets to keep it. And step breach is gone. So Late Night Mike pushed and got stopped even from Rodrigo being able to almost tap out here. Wishclaw, Talion, or Swamp, Talion, Wishclaw just being absolutely stopped. If only we had the Wishclaw. If only Rodrigo would have just let it go, and maybe Rodrigo could have grabbed it. Talion's going to choose 1. 3 over at Late Night Mike. Activate Talon Gates. We're going to get rid of Talion for the turn, or for a turn cycle here. So there we go, Deathrite and our Talon Gates. We're going to get that Corvold onto the field. Corvold's going to sacrifice our land to draw a card. Corvold gets a counter. And Justin takes 1. Play land Surveil with Raucous Theater. We will mill it. Like a Force of Vigor? Yep. Nathan goes to turn here. 1 ring no longer gives protection. Also, he's less incentivized to draw it with the Orcish Bowmaster out. Nathan had a way of drawing a card here. Nathan has his own Orcish Bowmaster. He'd be able to get rid of it, but best we're going to be doing is with a clone. Dynamic has Spellseeker mana available. Perhaps he was going for a different win, and then he kept up the ability to do Spellseeker with everyone tapped out. The Lighted Halfling comes down. Wait, I might go to turn. Nathan does have 5 mana up here, but how much interaction does he play? Activate Wishclaw. Passing, passing, passing. Who do we give it to? We're going to give it to Justin with 1 counter on it. So we're going to be doing another search here. Is this the point that we go for Thoracle combo? I mean, Deathrush Shaman's no longer here, given that it got boofed away with Orcish Bowmaster. Force of Vigor is also in Yard. Don't have to worry too much about that. I don't know what Mike might have been worried about that with, but still. The only one with maybe some free interaction would be Hot Rodrigo, Force of Will and stuff like that. Or Nathan. We're going to put an Entomb onto the stack here. Priority. All good. We're going to Entomb. We're going to put a Ruthless Technomancer into the graveyard. Ruthless Techno is one of the titular combo pieces. As it is able to copy itself, sacrifice itself, making a whole good amount of mana, and be able to reanimate, maybe. We're going to animate dead the Ruthless Techno. Oh, it does reduce its power by 1 here, so it is a 1/4, so it doesn't make as much mana with its own ETB. If we sacrifice the original. So, Anala. I'm going to put Anala on top. I'm going to put Anala here on top and then resolve the Anala, paying 1. I'm going to make the copy. Copy's going to enter. Cracking the original. So he gets 1 treasure, and then the original Technomancer is going to sacrifice the copy, and that's going to get 2 treasures here, because it doesn't have the Animate Dead attached to it. Ah, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in, welcome on in. So we have our 3 treasures here, just grabbing up some value, not trying to win quite yet. Hot Rodrigo is going to be going to turn. Italian. Kind of still at 1 and yet to trigger. All right, swinging a whole bunch over at Justin here. Justin and Mike, and Justin goes to turn. Just going to activate Wish Claw and pass it over to Mike. We get a tutor. So, tutoring for something that hopefully wins us the game. Probably some way to sacrifice lands easier and draw a whole bunch of cards. Could be listening for, trying to go for squandered resources. Moving to combat here. Swing once again, sacrificing most likely our tap land here. Talon Gates. Swinging 6 in the air over at Rodrigo. Justin draws a card. Justin takes 1. There's the squander resources. And we pass the turn with squander resources. Interesting. Taking 2 off of 1 ring here. Nathan goes to turn. And we're going to draw 3. Orcish Bowmaster is going to get 3 triggers here. Be able to ping them around. Or are we shooting them around? Could punish the 1 ring player a lot more. Could also go for the Corvold here. Corvold is a 6/6 flyer at the moment. Drawn 3 about halfway there in order to shoot Corvold down. So if Nathan's able to draw a whole bunch We're gonna do 3 onto just Justin himself. Could try to... I guess Rodrigo could try to ask Nathan if he plans on drawing more cards from the One Ring. Because if Nathan does, then we could... Shifting Wilderness for turn. Nathan could try to, like, untap the One Ring, do it again, draw 7, shoot down Corval. Justin has to sack his lands reactively to maybe draw some cards and try to save it. But that's using a lot of his resources. But that's only if Nathan has way of untapping the One Ring, and that's the way that I would politic with it, is like asking Nathan, hey, you got a way to untap One Ring, could deal with Corval. If you don't, I'm just going to shoot you to keep you on an even life total with all of us. That type of way. But right now, looks like Rodrigo is going to be just shooting Justin in the face. Trying to keep his life total low, as he probably has some ways of paying life with black in his color identity. Or we're going to cast out Kinnan. Pro Mux. Imprinting A. Whir of Invention makes blue. We have enough to spin Kinnan if we wanted to. We might just pass here and just do an end step spin. Could also just try to advance our board state a little bit more as well. Looks like that's what he's going to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Never mind. Seven? Nature's Rhythm. For X equals 5. Seedborn Muse? We still running Seedborn Muse, y'all? Go ahead and take a search here. And the Seedborn Muse. Specifically the Commander Collection green one. Now he's going to be able to draw a whole bunch of cards on everyone else's turn with the One Ring, as well as dump into Kinnan every turn. So he's just going to be start dumping mana into Kinnan here. Passing over to Mike, untapping. Ethan also untaps. Piggybacking off of Mike's hard-earned untap. A Bloodline Necromancer, and we're going for the win! So we're going to return a Wizard or Vampire from our graveyard to the battlefield. So this is going to get Ruthless Technomancer, ETB with a Nala trigger. We're going to sacrifice the Bloodline Necromancer and then make a copy of Bloodline, returning the Ruthless Technomancer that we sacked from Ruthless. Essentially, Bloodline and Ruthless are going to just be bouncing infinitely between and reanimating each other. Is the audio overlaid? No, I don't think so. So we have 2 Kinnan activations here. This is a live game? Yeah. This is absolutely a live game right now. We're going to get a Wandering Archaic for our first one. Mike does not care about it at this point. Oh, thank you for the subscribe. A singular Rice Ball. Bloodline ETB, putting a Nala trigger underneath it. Bloodline, we're going to return the Ruthless Necromancer. Is target's good, target's good. We're going to enter. And then a Nala trigger. Original sacrificing the Bloodline Necromancer, making 3 treasures. And then, of course, the copy of Ruthless is going to sacrifice the original Ruthless. And then we're going to make the copy of Bloodline Necromancer. Resolving that, returning the original Bloodline Necromancer and restarting the loop, returning them both for infinite treasures and infinite wizards, to the point where we can just cast Anala and then start tapping all of our wizards in order to drain people down, or just go for some hasty swings. Enjoy the dice email. We'll be having more here soon. And no other creatures in yard here either, so we can't even Deflecting Swat it right now. It's going to re-enter. Putting it all on the bottom. This will sacrifice it, making more treasures. At this point, Mike could just announce, I'm going to make this loop if no one has interactions. We're going to make another copy. And also at this point, because he has enough treasures, he can get back the other one and start redoing the loop in a different way, even if as they Deflecting Swat. So this is the point where he can loop. And does anyone have any? Make infinite hasty wizards, infinite mana, and infinite combat damage. He has 10 power at the moment. Mike's going to let it play out here. He could still do this because of the treasures. They're kind of looking to try to shoot down everything with Orcish Bowmasters, and we have 4 draws here with Nathan, 3 draws from Justin, but it's not quite enough to get the whole board state at this moment. There has to be a way of exiling them from the graveyard or stifling a trigger of some way. Either way, it's kind of, at this point, out of their hands, as Ruthless Technomancer can just sacrifice 6 treasures for 3 mana and sacrifice 3 artifacts to reanimate the Bloodline Necromancer and do it. Ricochet, so this is the point where he is going to do that, like I said. It'll enter. We're going to sacrifice with an Annul trigger on the stack as well. We're going to sacrifice a copy of Ruthless. One drop here, so Italian draws a card as well. Justin also takes 2 more life here. There we go. Activation on the One Ring, 4 draws. Four triggers. This is still in graveyard in response with this response. Mike kind of solidified his way into this win here, even with all the interaction on board. So Nathan's just going to draw these 4 cards. Maybe there's a way to stop him in that top 4 blitz. He has no mana, as he did dump into 2 Kinnons, with one of them being a whiff. Two Bloodline Necromancers are going to die here, which is fine by Ruthless Technomancer, because, again, we can activate it for that 6. Endurance here is probably the way we can do this, if someone has an Endurance. Mike is just asking if there's an Endurance here. That'd be the best form of interaction. Maybe if Justin sacrificed some lands to draw some cards, he could try to get an Endurance. Exile Green Sun, and there's the Endurance. In response, we're going to pay 3. Activating Ruthless Technomancer, sacrificing 3 artifacts. 1, the 2, and 3. To return target creature with power 3 or less from the graveyard to the battlefield. So there's the Bloodline Necromancer. Justin has a response. I'm gonna sack for Lote a Black and Vampiric Tutor with the draw on the stack here. So I think Justin's also going for a Endurance play here. So Nathan did get, luckily, with the card draw from the One Ring, he was able to get his interaction, the perfect interaction piece for this. But you could also see Mike just have a counterspell on hand. Could be holding it up. So he's waiting for the counter until he has to counterspell something like Force of Will or Force of Negation or Pact of Negation, something like that. Also going to be a Vampire Tutor that Nathan's going to do. There's a stack right here. It's in response to the Ruthless Technomancer activation. Yeah, we have a response to the Ruthless ETB, and the Necromancer is the activation of the Ruthless Technomancer. It's targeting the Bloodline Necromancer, so we're just representing it with the card that we're returning. Sacking another card to draw. Playing a black. Then playing a sacrifice to sacrifice Corvold. Then Justin's going to... Rodrigo's going to draw a card from the sacrifice here. They lose 2. I'm gonna go correct something real quick. There we go, keeping him updated on the Talion. I'm going to cast an Entomb. Trigger on Justin. Lose 2, and Rodrigo's going to draw a card. Talion on 1 is really good in this situation here. Everyone's casting their 1-drops. It's gonna fail to find and shuffle away this Vampire Tutor. At this point, Justin's kind of like in the hole right now, as he has sacrificed his entire board here. Oh, Shallow Grave. Shallow Grave returns Endurance. Did we entomb? Did we Vampiric Entomb Endurance to reanimate? Oh, the Hoarding Broodlord. I did not see the Hoarding Broodlord. Hoarding Broodlord is a combo piece. So Hoarding Broodlord here, ETB. Search for a card face down, then shuffle. As long as it remains exiled, you may pay it. And then spells you cast from exile have Convoke. So we're going to get most likely Saw in half here. Saw in half the Hoarding Broodlord. In order to get some instant 2-card combo type thing. Probably Burnt Offering some other card. Right now, Justin's going to be trying to go for a win on top. So we're still resolving Shallow Grave here. If they have a way to mill Justin a little bit, he could mill into a creature that doesn't really want to reanimate, like a Mana Dork or something, Birds of Paradise. And then he just is forcibly reanimating. Pact of Negation is going to stop the... is going to stop the Shallow Grave, and that's going to be it. So Hot Rodrigo is going to draw a card here. Bloodline Necromancer is going to come back, and then we're just going to make those Infinite Wizards on top of the Endurance, and then by the time Endurance does resolve, we already have those Infinite Wizards. Enter. And then Null on the bottom. Ruthless is going to get Technomancer back. Enter. Putting it all on the bottom. Sacrifice. And we're going to show that loop again. Infinite Wizards. Infinite Wizards. With haste. And then swing on out. Ending the loop with Ruthless and Techno both on board. Or not Ruthless. No, Bloodline and Ruthless on board. Infinite Treasures. Infinite Wizards. We're going to cast Anala. We're going to tap the Wizards and make everyone lose 7 life every time. And we're going to just go ahead and... Late Night Mike gets it, defending his title that he got not the last week. Every player who wins an hour of Thursday night tournaments get a custom nickname forever tied to their online presence. So, Hot Rodrigo, of course, has won in the past. And Mike won last Thursday here, getting Late Night Mike. So he went to 2 in the morning to get it. So we will be right back here with round 3. So stay tuned. Check out our website, natural20gaming.com, for all your tabletop gaming needs. D&D, Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, and more. So we will be right back with some more. Thank you for the follow, G-Stein. We'll be right back with some more CEDH. Round 3 coming soon. We have 5 rounds tonight. A 3-round Swiss into a top cut 10. So stay tuned as we get things ready. Don't go anywhere. Ooh, baby, welcome on back to some Thursday Nights CEDH. We have Katie Barbas up in the room playing some mono black game drain. Some Ayara. We're gonna choose up a prediction here. Just figure that out, complete that. We're gonna start up a new prediction here. Who's gonna win round 3? Of course, Katie Barbas. We got Soviero, the feed. We got Good Guy Joe. Playing, of course, Crystal back in it. And then Chris, Lord of Smoke. You guys have 10 minutes to put in your channel per predictions, and it starts now. As they are going to be finishing up mulligans here, Katie's keeping up a 7, Soviero's keeping up a 7, and Good Guy Joe's keeping a 7. Chris, I think, is going down to 6. Unlucky 4th seat today. Unlucky, unlucky. Absolutely. For casting assistant again. Unfortunately, it's just me today. I'm the one who has to manage the whole stream. That means setting people in, playing some TO. But welcome on back, everyone, as we have round 3 up. How's it going? Some CEDH. So we got Ayara here. Let me introduce you guys to the commanders as they're figuring it out. Ayara, First of Locthwain, is a 3-mana 2/3. Whenever Ayara or another black creature enters, each opponent loses 1 and you gain 1, and then you can tap, sacrifice another black creature to draw a card. So it's going to be a lot of that type of effect, gaining, draining, right? We have Gary, we have Sir Conrad, we have a whole bunch of that type of stuff. So Viero is playing, of course, Kinnan Bonder Prodigy. We saw Kinnan last round, of course, in the same seat too. So it's all just that value engine, Kinnan trying to get as much value as possible and winning with a infinite mana combo. Ooh, Chris going down to 5 here. Good Guy Joe is playing Crystal and Human Princess. We've seen what this does a little bit, or at least he was trying to push many times in that first round. Looks like we're all set. Good luck, players, as they're going to be starting. Basically, it is a Curiosity deck. It has Curiosity-like effects, all trying to benefit off of Crystal pinging everyone and dealing damage to everyone as you cast non-creature spells. So you draw and you storm off. Then lastly, we have Chris, Lord of Smoke, playing his quintessential, his number 1, his baby, Rona, Herald of Invasion, Dimir combo. All about the introduction of into the meta for at least the time here. I believe it's still somewhat played. Stuff like Retraction Helix-like effects, right? Making it tap and returning a thing. And then Rona untaps every time you cast casting a legendary spell. So something with that's legendary, like a Mox Opal or Mox Amber, that goes mana positive, is a great way that you bounce it back to hand infinitely, making infinite mana, and then going off from there, and you can do an infinite loot. You fill up your yard with Rona, trying to get as much as possible. Soviero is starting out pretty strong here with a Land, Soul Ring, Arcane Signet, Paradise Mantle. Almost looks like a turbo, like almost a Grixis turbo list right now, but all good. Good Guy Joe here is going to give us an Exotic Orchard into Chrome Mox with a Elvish Spirit Guide imprint. Unfortunate to see that. A lot of good cards in his hand there must be. Don't want to be discarding or don't want to be imprinting. He just has a Swamp as she goes into turn when Chris passes with a Marsh Flats. Play out a land and passing the turn again. Soviero goes to turn. Leagues ahead in mana right now. We got Seymour Guido out. Kinnan. We got a Talisman. It's just another mana rock, so we're just going mana positive right now. Paradise Mantle, of course, makes things into a Paradise Birds of Paradise. Paradise Mantle is just a 0-drop that equips for 1. Add some mana. Fairy Mastermind, though. We, of course, equip that onto our Seymour Guido. Fairy Mastermind, 2 mana, flash flying. Whenever an opponent draws their second card each turn, you draw a card. And then a mana dump as well to make everyone draw cards. If he has a way of protecting his turn, he can do that with like infinite mana in order to draw everyone out. Good guy Joe. Enlightened Tutors on the end step. I'm going to be searching up for exactly what we did. Heuristic Study. Could see a Smothering Tithe. Could also see his combo piece. Probably see Curiosity, or Keen Sense, or Ophidian Eye, or the Soulbond creature. The Tandem Lookout. Has to be another one. There's the Keen Sense. Keen Sense is just it's Curiosity, but for green because of course because of planar chaos here. Whenever an enchanted creature deals damage to an opponent, you may draw a card, and that deals damage in any way, not just combat damage. So because of Crystal, now it's perfect time to look at Crystal here. Inhuman Princess. 3 mana. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, deal X damage to each opponent, where X is the number of colors that spell is. So, casting all of these cantrips, or just storming off in general, has to be with, of course, colored cards. Can't be with colorless or artifacts. We deal some damage, we draw some cards. Hopefully we can get some mana on top of our cast. So we're going to cast out Crystal here. We have already shown the table that we have combo next turn. It's very slow, but we'll see. Crystal's also a mana dork in the zone, so being a mana dork is very, very good. Load of Smoke here is going to fetch on the end step, so we get up in underground sewers. Undercity Sewers, that's the name of the card. Undercity Sewers, enters tapped, you surveil 1, so we can put, look at the top card, put it in our graveyard if we want. Just a way for us to get through our deck a little faster, deck thin a bit better. Fetchable, of course. Such a good addition. Murderous Karlov Manor was a very interesting set, for sure. A lot of its cards, between it and its commander set, very, very fun to see. Some good reprints in its commander decks. Forensic Gadgeteer is really good. And then, of course, the big cards from it being the Surveil lands. First is going to pay an Ancient Tomb and a Heuristic Study. Yeah, of course, no Heuristic Study does, y'all. It's 3 mana enchantment. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, you may draw a card unless that player pays 1 generic mana. And then Katie's going to be playing out a land, 3 mana. Just get out Ayara. Chris is going to draw for the spell. Katie gains 1. Everyone loses 1. And then we pass the turn. Katie and Joe are doing very similar things, right? Well, Joe does mainly just deal damage. Katie's going to be gaining that life here. So, pretty much it's going to be, like, it's going to be really on who's going to be better at the drain. Right now, Joe's very much ahead on that. Katie could easily try to get it with like Gary or some type of mass drain and try to negate a lot of the damage that Joe is going to be dealing. So Viera is going to be reshaping the... We're going to be sacrificing card. We're going to sacrifice a artifact here in order to search for an artifact with mana value X or less. Put it on the battlefield, shuffle your library. It is Blue's Finale of Devastation or Court of Calling type of effect here. But we have to sacrifice something. So we sacrificed the Paradise Mantle here. Of course, tapping the Kinnan. X equals 5, I believe. 6? Are we grabbing up the... Or did we underpay and we grab up... Okay, yeah, we just underpay. We grab up the Basalt Monolith here. We still have some floating mana. Oh, it's behind the life, I see. So, Basalt Monolith with Kinnan, of course, is tap for 4, untap for 3, make infinite mana. The Kinnan, of course, adds an extra mana. So we have our infinite colorless mana. We have all of the generic mana in the world, so now we have a very few colors to work with here. Let's go on into Soviero's playmat here to get a better idea on how much mana he actually has. So he has, it looks to be 2 blue floating. He has 2 green available, 1 green available. So 2 green. There we go. Let's get it on out. Spend a green and a blue. We're just going to do some raw spins of Kinnan. Trying to see if we can hopefully spin into something that we can mana dump into. Thrasios could be probably the best case scenario. Does anyone have any response to this? 1 green, 1 blue floating. So we're just going to take a raw look through that top 5. We get a whiff. We're going to do a Delighted Halfling. That was unfortunate. We have 1 more spin. We can also sacrifice the Waterlogged Grove in order to hopefully draw a card. Let's see that. Top deck as a Walking Ballista or something. Okay, dump it into Kinnan. Take a look at the top 5. Hey, Prophet of Distortion. So, Prophet of Distortion is for 4 generic. You draw a card, so you make that infinite mana, start dumping it into Prophet. So we can then draw our entire deck. And then do a Walking Ballista and shoot everyone down for infinite life. There's the Ballista. And that is game. And we, of course, with Severio drawing all the cards, he has all the backup. So even with something like, as we can flash Mindbreak Trap here. So that is game. So Viero the Fiend gets it really quickly here. Just Kinnan value. That's how it is, you know. As you're playing through... as you're playing through, going throughout your game plan, making all this mana because it's just a bunch of rocks, a bunch of card draw. At some point, you just get it. You get the infinite mana with Kinnan, with Basalt, able to search it out. No interaction, unfortunately, from all of the players here. This perfect timing for them all, as they were just tapped out and they went for it. Good job to Silviero for getting it round 3. So we're going to be going to round 4, our top cut 10 here. Nice and quick game. So stay tuned, sit on by, go ahead and grab something to eat, grab a snack. Speaking of grabbing a snack and eating, come to our bar, Natural 21 Game Lounge, located, of course, off of Green Valley in East Sunset. If you guys are coming to wonderful Las Vegas, Nevada, or if you guys are a local here for Las Vegas, come on down so you can find yourself in a homely place, good atmosphere for your gaming needs, and to drink and eat away at some good food and a wonderful tavern. All right. We will be right back for round 4, top cut 10. Hopefully, these other games don't go for too long. We get things ready. So far, I'll let you guys know our top players. If you guys know some of our players and some of their nicknames, we have Derek the Machine still going on in it. David G, we saw on stream here, going undefeated, of course. He won against Zach the Boss, Good Guy Joe in round 1. And he has won against Neil the OG and Arnold A. Some of the players, like I said, that some of our regulars here know. And then our top players here, Katie just got knocked out, unfortunately, but still number 3, so we could see her in a top cut. Zach the Boss getting number 4, so again, could still see him in a top cut. Bad Guy Cody, Trevor the Nightmare, and Late Night Mike all on the top here. Saveria the Fiend, as we just saw, winning, so he's pretty much guaranteed to be in top cut. But we don't know where, as who knows, maybe Derek and David could win their 3rd game and go on to get the bye, as it'll be two pods of 4 with a top 2 bye round going into top cut 10. And then in our top cut 4, or into the top 4, it'll be the winners of those 2 pods against the bye round top 2 seeds. All right, well, we'll be right back here for round 4. Stay tuned, stick on by, enjoy our website, natural20gaming.com. We'll be right back.
Do I wanna try, can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Aloha, my beautiful people. Welcome on back into round 4, top cut 10 of Thursday night CEDH at National 20 Games. We have some players in the seat here today. You guys know the meta. We know how CEDH and Vegas goes. We play weird stuff. We play crazy stuff, but we still play high power. Speeds are crazy and weird. We got Derek the Machine! Of course, machining his own fun little fidget toys, as well as doing a lot of custom deck boxes and tokens and a bunch of other fun stuff. 100% will plug in his stuff here soon. But either way, Urza, Lord High Artificer Mono Blue, taking a step away from his Grixis fun stuff Kefka. Then we, of course, have R.O.B. Rob as Joyra, Ageless Innovator. His titular, his pet deck, his... obviously the one that he just wins with as much as possible. So, we're going to complete up the prediction from last round and start up a new one for round 4 as I'm continuing to introduce into into here. So, we have that Derek's Machine. We got R.O.B. And then, of course, we have Matt the Mysterious. Matt the Mysterious here is mysterious because he always plays some weird deck that we have never seen before. Coming into CEDH, trying to get as much interesting games as possible with something very strange. And the strange deck he is running today is Shang-Chi, Master of Kung Fu, Mono Green. If they're going to be printing all these cool... excuse me, all these cool legendary creatures that are meant to really be in the 99, if they're going to keep on printing them, might as well run them in the command zone if they're going to be good. And Matt will. So we put Shang-Chi into the command zone. Now we have pseudo haste on everything and activated abilities and all that fun stuff. We're going to be starting up the prediction here. You guys have 10 minutes in order to put in your predictions and see who's going to be winning the game this round. Welcome on back. Cheers, of course. Derek the Machine keeping up some cards. He's probably keeping up a 7. Same with Rob. And we have Arnold and Matt still finishing it out. Arnold A is our last player here playing Kinnan Bonder Prodigy. We've seen Kinnan be played here a lot. We've seen pretty much a Kinnan every single round, but he is back in it in order to try to get a nickname for himself. Nickname to win out the game. Back on in. As they finish it up, welcome on in. This is Natural 20 Games. We are a local game store in Las Vegas. Should probably come on by. Probably will be a fun time. I would assume it'd be a fun time. I'm going to restart the timer here. They're going to be queued off of Alexander as we have another table here. You guys would like to know here. Let me get up. There we are. So table pod 2 and our top cut 10 here is Silvario the Fiend. We've seen win on stream. Trevor the Nightmare making it into second seat on pod 2. Bad guy Cody on third seat. I don't know if he's still playing his the mono red I Kill You deck. Jessica Dargo. And then Troy, the Silent Assassin, taking up the caboose in seat 4. Peeking himself right into it. And our buys are Michael S. and David G. David G. we saw on stream win his game. And Michael S. we've seen before, the Mardu Man. So it looks like we have Derek the Machine keeping up a 7. Can't really tell from here. I believe it might actually be a 6. Got a 7 from Matt. Arnold is figuring out what to keep. Keeping up a 6 as well from Arnold. Seven. And Arnold's keeping up a 6. Waiting on Todd 2 here to finish up Mulligans because they'll be using the stream clock. Derek's keeping up 7. Same with Rob. And now we're going to start. Good luck to our players as they're going to be starting. All right, there we go. Alexander has finally given us the cue. As we're good to start on in. Derek's going to draw for turn, playing out a Bolt Land, and passing back over to Rob. Rob's going to be fetching on his turn. We're going to get a Volk. Oh, never mind. We're going to get a Shock. And cast out a Chrome Mox. Chrome Mox is cool. We're going to do a Force of Will underneath that Chrome Mox. Very interesting. Getting rid of some free interaction. We want a turn 1 Joyra. As we pass over to Matt, Matt's going to play out a fetch land. As we get just a Arbor Elf and pass. Play Llanowar Elves. With a Lotus Petal. So Llanowar Elves were pretty much on turn 3 for Arnold here. Turns ahead of each of his opponents. As we move over to Derek, getting himself into turn 2 finally. As we Mystical Tutor. Use it to reveal his card. Dramatic reversal? I'm grabbing a Force of Will. And moving to turn. Draw for turn. Play out our City of Traders into a Rhystic Study. And Rhystic Study is alright. Rob goes to turn. Rob plays the second land. Now 3 mana. Rhystic Study. Trigger on Derek. Derek draws. Do we counter the Rhystic Study here, Derek? They're gonna Force of Will the Rhystic Study. Immediately using that Force of Will that we searched out. Stop Rob in his place. But now Joyrut is lost his Summoning Sickness, so we can now start activating it to hopefully cheat out some artifacts, maybe ramp up a little bit better. Especially when he has just caught up pretty much to Arnold's place. Matt Mysterious puts out Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi! Let us show you on out here. Shang-Chi, Master of Kung Fu, is a 2-mana legendary creature, human warrior, hero, 2/2. Whenever you may activate abilities of creatures you control as though those creatures had haste, and then tap, add 2 mana of any one color, spend this mana to activate abilities of creature sources. Mainly, it's for that first here, first ability. You may activate abilities of creatures you control as though they had haste. Gives him pseudo haste to all of his mana dorks, so he can really just kind of cascade out a whole bunch of rocks, a whole bunch of dorks, which are practically, if they have haste, right, practically better rocks. Most rocks are 2 for 1, right, talismans or signets or arcane signet, right. Some rocks are 0 drop, right, free, the Moxins and stuff like that. Or mana positive are very few and far between with Soul Ring and Mana Vault. But dorks are very unique in that they're practically all 1 for 1, right? So you can really dump out all of them if they all had haste from your hand and really ramp out of control. Clever Impersonator. We play out. Clever Impersonator is going to make a copy of Rhystic Study here as it enters the battlefield as a copy of non-land permanent opponent controls. The machine's going to cast out Urza, Lord High Artificer. For mana 1/4, and we may tap an untapped artifact to add blue. ETB, make an 0/0 that gets +1/+1 for each creature or each artifact you control. And then for 5 mana, we get to do a mini Mind's Desire, being we shuffle, reveal the top, may cast it till the end, exile the top, you may cast it until end of turn for free. Rob, on the end step, we're going to tap Joyra. We're not going to put anything on the field, and we're just going to go to untap. Rob goes to turn. 3 mana still available. No other lands here. Oh. And he plays the Manamo. So we're going to be getting a couple more Joya triggers every turn cycle here. And we pass the turn. Back over to Matt Mysterious. We're gonna bolt in backside of our land. Then for 2 mana, a Priest of Titania. Priest of Titania is a 2 mana 1/1 that taps to add a green for each elf on the battlefield. Because all these mana dorks are elves, of course. Of course, we're going to play Priest of Titania to essentially double up that mana. Elvish Mystic, Arbor Elf, Llanowar Elves, Finhorn Elf, Boreal Elf, Fauna Shaman. That's one. Fauna Shaman being a 2 mana 2/2 for green, tap, discard a creature cards, search your library for a creature card, reveal it, put in your hand. This is a survival of the fittest on a creature. So with Shang-Chi, we can actually activate it pretty much for free, and it's at instant speed, so might as well wait until the end step in order to need to do this. That way we have all the mana in the world to use it. Shang-Chi is pretty much the dork of dorks. The dork for dorks. And with the Finhorn Elves here, Priest of Titania does add more mana. We have 4 mana available. We're going to cast out the Llanowar Elves on Arnold's side. Elvish Archdruid. Elvish Archdruid. Man, now there's 2 Elvish Archdruids. Elvish Archdruid is a 3 mana 2/2, adds a green for each elf you control, so a little less than Priest of Titania, but we do also buff our elves a little bit. So we're just pretty much playing mono green elf ball. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much what it is. But Shang-Chi enables us to do this a lot quicker due to the haste enabling. Also paying for some Ristics here. We have 2 Ristics we have to constantly pay to, so Arnold and Derek are just going to be like exchanging drawing cards. But at some point, Matt is just going to make enough mana to where he doesn't really care about Ristic. He's just going to pay for it. It's fine, you know. We have literally so much activation. So much mana from all these dorks. And right now, he's pretty much sitting on 13 mana. I can use for anything. Polish Archdruid. We're going to use the 1 floating for Fauna Shaman. Fierce Empath, we're going to discard in order to get any creature. Matt says he's probably going to try to win. Now, at this point, he's trying to get some value. Arnold's going to try to win on his turn, probably. Rob showing the Ristic Study in Yard as out of everyone, Derek and Arnold drawing a whole bunch of cards except for Rob. So Rob isn't going to be able to get any interaction to stop Arnold from his turn and trying to win. Because Arnold is going to go to turn with 3 mana available, 2 of which are going to be coming out for maybe 4 with a land drop here. So two of those lands are going to be going into Kinnan. Then we have Llanowar Elves and a land to put out the Salt, make infinite colorless mana, and then Walking Ballista and kill everyone. 100% Arnold can do that on his turn 3. But at the moment, Anthem Sirius is just going to be ramping out of control and giving Derek and Arnold some card draw. Hopefully, Rob already has something in hand to deal with it. But Derek blew his only the counter spell he revealed from Mystic Tutor to stop Rob immediately rather than holding it for a win. We're gonna grab up a Formidable Speaker here. It kind of does the same thing. Formidable Speaker, except it does untap another turret for a colorless here, so we can use it to transform, essentially transform Shang-Chi mana into usable mana with our lands or with our dorks. We're going to tap for 4 here, casting out a Formidable Speaker. Trigger on Clever Impersonator and Ristic Study, which are both Ristic Studies. Of course. Passing. ETB. Okay, discarding a Nature's Rhythm. Has Harmonized, basically Flashback, but you can tap a creature. We're going to use this Formidable Speaker untap Priest of Titania. Teamer Sabretooth. That is a combo piece, so it looks like actually Matt's trying to go infinite on his turn. Teamer Sabretooth is a 4 mana 4/3 cat. For 2 mana, you may return a creature you control to its owner's hand. If you do, it gains indestructible until end of turn. So now with Priest of Titania and Teamer Sabretooth, essentially for 4 mana, we can return Priest of Titania back to our hand, recast it out, and then tap Priest of Titania again for 5 mana and net a green mana every time. Because for 4 mana, we return it and cast it out. Then we tap it for 5. 4 mana, return it and cast it out. Tap for 5. So we untap Priest of Titania here. Getting a little closer. Doesn't seem like we have any mana floating, but we do have Shang-Chi. Looking at stack. Arnold's gonna draw. Vanishing Neck. We can bounce something back to hand here. Bounce Priest Titania, and essentially this makes the trigger fizzle, so we don't have any more mana. Start looping. So pretty much just giving us an extra turn here before Matt really goes off the rails. So we're going to return Priest of Titania back to our hand. You don't have anything else left here, Matt? I just have to pass. Matt passes the turn. On end step, though, Rob's just going to real quick untap Joyra. Untap Joyra. Could easily do this and tap again. Rob can tap Joyra again because it still has Banishing Knack, so we can bounce something back to hand. Honestly, Rob could... let's see. Banishing Knack. Return target non-land permanent. So Rob could kind of turn this around and be like, I'll return Clever Impersonator back to hand, and Arnold would not have a Ristic. To just kind of... slow him down, or maybe slow Derek down throughout this. Or he can also use it and bounce something else back to hand to bounce something else from Matt's board back to hand. But I think it looks like Rob's just going to keep it up in order to hopefully cheat out a 4 or less CMC artifact from his hand on someone's end step. Maybe some type of interaction piece, right? Weathered Waystone or Graph Digger's Cage. So Arnold's going to be fetching here, grabbing a tropical island. So now he has the ability to put down cannon if he wants. Tapping our Llanowar Elves for 1 and a colorless from Gemstone Caverns. Putting out a Springleaf Drum. Paying for Ristic. Discarding down to hand size here. Fenhorn Elves? Okay. Passing the turn. Keeping up mana, I suppose, for interaction. As Derek goes to turn, we draw a card, play out a land. We have 4 mana, from Urza's Construct. Five mana from Comox. Burger on Ristic City. Derek's not paying, of course. Derek waiting. Alright, Derek. Tapping Chroma. Nope. Tapping Chromox for blue. Then playing out a Manifold Key. We're on Ristic. We draw a card. And Derek passes. Okay, we waited all that time to cast out a Manifold Key and pass. Understood. Rob goes to turn, or on end step, activates Joyra just to put some counters on it. No artifact to put out. Rob goes to turn. And tap up, keep draw. What are we playing out? Four mana available. We can really try to like maybe do some disruption. We have 100% disruption pieces. Does he play Coveted Jewel? I don't know why. I feel like Rob might play a Coveted Jewel when he's trying to win. Activate Twebita Jewel, draw 3, Minamo. Activate Minamo, untap it, play out a win. Rob pointing out the loop that Matt revealed here. Arnold has a Sky Turtle in hand. He has a bounce. He has an uncounterable bounce with Colossal Sky Turtle. It's 2-mana discard, return a creature to its owner's hand. So we can return something. One land per turn. There is a City of Traders. Pretty good land. City of Traders. Rob saying he has nothing for Matt, so it's going to be on Derek and Arnold to stop Matt. Rob just saying he has kept a turn 1 Joyra, turn 2 Ristic. That is his thing. He is, quote, has potatoes in hand. So it's going to really be a fight as Derek and Arnold are just pretty much neck and neck in terms of their board state, with a good amount of mana between both of them. As Derek does have his commander out, Arnold at any point can really get his commander out, and they both have Ristic studies, so they're both not really incentivized to really storm off or go off here. Rather just messing with it. Matt the Mysterious here is untapping, going to turn here, so he's going to be trying to go for his win again. Right now, Matt could search for a Dosen and just play a Dosen if he wanted to win. See a Dosen on the field. Wan Shitong, in response to the Verdant Catacomb. Arnold's going to draw a card from the Wan Shitong. Wan Shitong, the Librarian, is an X2 blue legendary creature, Bird Spirit, 1/1, flash, flying, vigilance, keyword super right there. Enters with X +1/+1 counter on him and draw half X cards. Whenever an opponent searches their library, put a counter on him and Wan Shitong, and then draw a card. Wan Shitong draws you a card. It's really what matters. It's just another Archivist of Ogma. So, activating our Fauna Shaman, discarding, I believe that's Corvectol, or... Yeah, it's Eldamri Corvectol. As we search through our library for a creature card and putting it under our hand, probably a Dosen at this point. Is it a Dosen? That'd be very funny if it was a Dosen. Allosaur Shepherd, uncounterable. Basically a Dosen. Allosaur Shepherd, of course, is a 1-drop, uncounterable. Green spells are uncounterable. And then for 6 mana, all your elves become 5/5 dinosaurs. So, yeah, I turn my elves into dinosaurs or something. So we're going to cast out Allosaurus Shepherd. Attempting to cast Allosaurus Shepherd. Draws our drawing. uncounterable stuff here, but Sky Turtle does bounce things back to hand. So it doesn't counter, but that does mean things are going to resolve. Could bounce Shang-Chi back to hand, try to stop that. Could also bounce Allosaurus Shepherd, and Derek could then counter whatever comes down. Could be in response to maybe something coming down, bouncing Shang-Chi, and therefore... So make 5 mana with Elvish Archdruid. We make 5 mana here. Then for 4, we're going to do Teamer Sabertooth. Teamer Sabertooth on the stack. Sky Turtle now. Arnold. So the choice really is, if Derek has a counterspell, then bouncing the Allosaurus Shepherd here is the best. But if Derek doesn't have a counterspell and has maybe different types of interaction, probably bounce spells or anything like that, then bouncing Shang-Chi is the best, as we could try to stop it there. Sky Turtle. So Arnold's going to bounce Allosaurus Shepherd, so therefore Derek has counter magic here. It is now on the stack. Only we had a Yeva. That might have a response. Counting how much mana we can make. Formidable Speaker could untap our Fauna Shaman, and we can search out and tutor for something that can stop this. Why I'm surprised it was Allosaurus Shepherd. Maybe with Allosaurus Shepherd we can untap. So we're gonna bounce the Allosaurus Shepherd back to hand. Resolves the Sky Turtle. Shepherd backs to hand. And then we're gonna mana drain the Sabertooth. Trigger on Risic. For 2 more mana. Priest of Titania. Playing out Priest. Now Priest of Titania makes 6 green mana, so now we net 2 green mana every time. We're then going to activate. No, never mind. Maybe Matt has his own regrowth, I guess. He could try to get the Temur Sabertooth back. All he needs is 4 mana with a Temur Sabertooth on the field in order to go off. Okay, Priest of Titania does resolve. Interesting enough. Now taps for 6. For 2 mana. 2 green only, that's only for... I'm going to use 1, I'm assuming to activate Formidable Speaker. Targeting Fauna Shaman. Yep, trying to get some way of interacting here. No deflecting swat. Unfortunately, Rob doesn't have that. So we're going to untap Fauna Shaman. And tapping Arbor Elf, tapping that, and then tapping the Fauna Shaman. Why are we using the 1 floating? Why are you using... Nope, he already activated it. Fauna Shaman. So Matt searches his library. What are we searching for? Matt does not know what he's searching for at the moment. Searching for some way to, like, untap Priest of Titania could be the best. As we activate it, make 6 mana, cast out this thing for hopefully cheap. Eternal Witness to get back Temur Sabertooth. Still don't have infinite mana with that, though, because we just get it back to hand. Eternal Witness, tap for 6. Oh, and this is only a human, too. I'm gonna a win, though. He does get 4 mana. I mean, one of which is, unfortunately, the Shang-Chi mana. So he could have, if he used the Shang-Chi mana towards Fauna Shaman, he could have at least ended it with a Eternal Witness, or not Eternal Witness, with a Temur Sabertooth on the field, but unfortunately there is not enough mana to then activate Temur Sabertooth. So nowadays it is a lot harder to interact with things on the field than they are on the stack. A lot more counter spells than bounce spells in our meta here. ENT will be searching for Into the Flood Maw, Banishing Knack, and similar Banishing Knack abilities. I think there's one other card here. Retraction Helix, that's right. Banishing Knack, Retraction Helix, and Chain of Vapor 4, but there are even more counter magic. I mean, we just saw Mana Drain get played, so we got Mana Drain, Force of Will, Fierce Guardianship, Force of Negation, Pact of Negation, and that's already... I've beat all of the bounce spells here. So we get that Temur Sabertooth back. And Arnold's going to be going to turn. Untap. Arnold has a Pyramid of Mana. A Pyramid of Mana and a Heuristic Study. Mistrise Village comes down. 2 mana. Cast a Kinnan. Paying 1 for the Heuristic Study. Kinnan's on the stack. Everyone's fine with Kinnan. All right, Chrome Mox. Paying for 1. So 1 mana Chrome Mox. What are we imprinting? Terastodon. Terastodon. Enters the battlefield and may destroy up to 3 target non-creature permanents. For each permanent put into the graveyard this way, its controller makes a 3/3 elephant. Okay, it's interesting. Terastodon. Put into Kinnan. This is an old Kinnan build here. And we play out a Consecrated Sphinx. Yep, this is old Kinnan. This is Big Flip Kinnan. BFK. So now with Consecrated Sphinx, every creature he's going to be drawing from Derek's Heuristic Study. Basically outpacing Derek's Heuristic Study. At this point, Derek is less incentivized to draw from Heuristic Study. Either way, Arnold will be drawing more with his own Heuristic Study, while Derek does not draw. And Arnold's going to go to end step, discarding down to hand size, Cephalid Coliseum, and 2 creatures. Nope, Dantize Pet Tyrant. Have upkeep draw. Ooh, activate Joyra. Scepter? What scepter is that? Artifact that gains control of Urza. Response, Fairy Mastermind. And we take an Urza. Till end of turn. Steel Enchantment to take it a Rhystic Study. Two Rhystic Studies out in the field. A Battered Golem as well. Battered Golem is great, or as a card. Battered Golem. Three mana, doesn't untap, and then whenever your artifact comes in play, you may untap it, and then Unwinding Clock, using the Battered Golem, of course, to pay for it. That way it comes back untapped. All artifacts you control during each player's untap step, untap as well. Then we're going to swing Wan Chitong. And then Derek passes. End step, untap Joyra. Activate Joyra. Goes to 8. Now we can probably see, yeah, Coveted Jewel. He does run Coveted Jewel. Coveted Jewel. 6. ETB, draw 3 cards, tap, add 3 mana. Whenever one or more creatures an opponent controls attacks and isn't blocked, so it's a block, it is a block step trigger. That creature draws 3, gains control, and untaps Coveted Jewel. So we're going to draw 3 cards from Derek. And Fairy Mastermind here. Fairy Mastermind. Then Derek draws from Fairy Mastermind. Arnold's going to draw another 2. Then we're going to draw 2. And Derek's going to get a draw from Fairy Mastermind. Again, from Rob's draw. Then we're going to draw it again. And then Derek draws a card. And then Arnold's going to draw another card. And Arnold's going to draw 2. So Arnold just drew 10 cards off of Derek and Rob's collective 5. Essentially feeding Arnold to win next turn very easily. Gotta love Kid and Big Flip. Derek goes to end step. And finally Rob is going to be able to go to his turn. On the end step, of course, we're going to give Urza back to Derek. Derek untaps all of his artifacts. And then Rob officially goes to turn after wild interaction and stack there. Arnold triggers. We're gonna draw 2. Trigger Fairy Mastermind. Fairy Mastermind. We're gonna then trigger Consecrated Sphinx. All right. On main phase. Rob doesn't really need to cast spells right now. Not forced to, really, in order to win. But with this hand, he might have to cast some spell, perhaps forcing him to pay for the 2 Ristics on Derek's side. Float 2 mana. 2 colors. Playing out a Cavern of Souls. Spellskite. So, Spellskite is a Phyrexian horror. There you go. It is a Phyrexian horror. Thank you, Matt. He's named Japanese Wheelchair because it is a Japanese card and it is like a 4-legged thing that he's like, that's a wheelchair. Apparently. I don't know why in Rob's mind it looks like a wheelchair, but you know what? It's alright. We're gonna pay for Derek's Ristic Study. And then Chain of Vapor in response to the Spellskite. We're gonna then target Joyra in response. Any responses from Rob? I mean, there's a Spellskite on the stack. Joyra's threatening to be bounced to hand, stopping Rob in his place. We're gonna throw a swat. Deflecting swat. We're gonna change the Chain of Vapor target, bouncing Joyra into something else. Probably bouncing Ristic Study? Derek's gonna draw 2 from Ristic. his 2 Ristic Studies, and Arnold draws 4 from Conspirator Sphinx. It's on Arnold now, huh? So says Derek. It's on Arnold in order to interact with this. So does Arnold interact here? Do we see? Go Rob. We got a Rob stand over here. Hoping and praying that he gets into something. So deflect swats on the stack, guys. Come on, take a game action. Game action. Okay, so with deflection swat on the stack, targeting the chain of vapor. What is the chain of vapor going to be targeting? What does Rob not want on the board? Probably, I think he's using this opportunity to maybe just deflect it into something that actually does get him an extra turn. I don't think Rob was actually trying to win in this turn. I mean, he's going to try to win at least a little bit. Maybe try to test the board a little bit in order to win. He's just kind of testing the waters, understanding what's, like, what maybe some interaction people have, right? If people are willing to interact right now. And he was able to get away with a Spellskite, and that's not really going to stop here. I think it might have been better to, for, not for Rob here, but for Derek to be like, hey, I see that you have, like, this sort of, like, pseudo, like, the ability to stop, like, anyone from, like, interacting with you, right? Obviously gets rid of all of these bounce spells. Derek could have been like, hey, just stop with this Spellskite, right? You can win on instant speed. I want to try, like, Matt has win on board, right? You have potential win on board, right? Don't win on your turn. Do what your deck does, win at instant speed. Let's deal with Matt. Let us go to Matt's turn and try and see if he's going to go, right. He's going to probably, Matt's going to try to win on his turn, as green doesn't really do too much instant speed interaction outside of if he has Yeva out. So Derek would try to stop in there. Pact Negation is going to counter the deflection swat. Derek could have just been like, I have interactions and stuff to stop Matt and you, but if we stop you right now, if I'm gonna stop you and interact with you right now with the Phyrexian, with the Spellskite on the stack, right? Then we're wait. So this is Rob essentially responding to Derek not going for the political move of, hey, don't win on your turn, you win at instant speed anyways. Try to win on someone else's turn. I don't want to interact with you right now. I don't want to waste my interaction on you just for Matt to win, right? And try to win at instant speed. Rob would 100% probably would have done that, I'll be honest. But now because Derek has started doing this interaction, Rob might as well go for the win even more because Rob doesn't want Matt to win. Rob has to go for it now because if he doesn't go for it, it's gonna be Matt winning. Therefore, Rob is going to activate Joyra, put out the Chromatic Orrery, and then we can try to untap Joyra with 20 minutes on the clock. Derek could have really played into Rob's Rob's deck philosophy of I have instant speed activated abilities, right, and all these artifacts. Really played into that philosophy and hyped it up a little bit to focus Rob on doing it on someone else's turn, right? And that way we can try to hold up interaction for Matt's turn. We're going to then do a Iron Man. Iron Man, Titan of Innovation, is a secret layer genius industrialist. When Iron Man attacks, create a treasure token. You may sacrifice a non-creature artifact. If you do, search your library for an artifact card with mana value 1 plus the sacrifice mana value. So this is going to be able to sacrifice something like a 2-drop thing. He doesn't really have a 2-drop right now. Essentially some way to dump a bunch of mana with Chromatic Ori into it in order to go off and win, but he doesn't have a 3-drop to go ahead and get the Vidalkins. Forgetting the artifact, but essentially the artifact that untaps. You pay 3 mana to untap an artifact. Chain is gonna bounce because Flexthought got countered. So we bounce Joyra. Back to Spell Skite on the stack. Well, oh, Chain of Vapors copy. Do we want to sacrifice some lands? Chain and Vapor resolves. Then Spellskite. Sewer Valence Cam. We're gonna tap down Iron Man. Back to Spellskite. No response. It's going to resolve. Does Rob have his own Sewer Valence Cam to untap Iron Man? That would be awesome. Rob. Back to priority. Joyra in hand. We're going to attempt to go to end step and pass the turn. Derek has on the end step. We're going to activate Urza. In order to, I guess, top deck a Hullbreaker Horror? Or some type of... maybe some type of maybe a Mind Desire, I guess, if Derek goes for that. There's a lot of spells, so we can see a Storm here. Stormed Mind just did that. Mind's Desire. Everyone's gonna draw a card from Fairy Mastermind. So everyone draws a card. And that's 6. So Arnold gets 2 more. There we go. All right. Now back to Matt's turn. Untap. Upkeep. Derek could have something here. Forget, instead of activating Urza, we activated Fairy Mastermind. Any activation over on Derek's side? Okay, Matt goes a draw. Arnold gets 2 draws. So if Matt doesn't win here, Arnold wins. And that's if Arnold has the interaction in hand in order to stop Matt. But Arnold is playing Big Spin Kinnan. Turn tap for 5. Turn tap for 5. All right. Elvish Archdruid taps for 5. Nope, just the 5. Go down to 1, cast Teamer. We're playing for both Rhystic Studies. On the stack here. Just going to make infinite mana with Priest of Titania. And then we can search out for Walking Ballista with Fauna Shaman, and then dump that mana into Walking Ballista. That is the combo, Derek. For if Derek listens to this after the tournament. So he taps for 5 with Elvish Archdruid. Tap for 6 with the Priest of Titania. We're in a Solitude. Subtleties, or not Solitude. That's the white one. Subtlety is a 4 mana 3/3. So we're going to hard cast it here. So Flash Flying enters. We're going to choose target creature spell or planeswalker spell, put it on top or bottom of their library. So this is pretty much a pseudo counter. So we're going to put it Teamer Sabertooth on top, bottom. Either way, we can search it back out here with Fauna Shaman and be able to cast and activate Priest of Titania and be able to... So we're just going to put it on top here, and evoke trigger, we're going to sacrifice it. We're going to activate Fauna Shaman, giving another draw. Activate Survival... or Fauna Shaman, survival with his like ability, discarding a creature. activation on the stack. Passing priority. Rob passes priority preemptively. Can't really stop searches here. Talon Gates of Madara. In order to get rid of Shang-Chi? Or the Priest of Titania? We have a response to Priest. We have Sneakskin Veil, Heroic Intervention, Veil of Summer, Autumn's Veil, Instant Speed Hexproofs of some kind. Tanya activation. Six mana. With our one floating, I believe. No. He used that towards Fauna Shaman. He needs to use Shang-Chi. That's just... whenever you can use Shang-Chi mana, use Shang-Chi mana. Matt will learn. Matt will learn. Hopefully he... I think he watches the VODs afterwards. Matt, when playing Shang-Chi, use Shang-Chi mana when you can. Then use your normal mana. You know, it's like you know, he's the master of Kung Fu, right? So he's you know, something about like, you know, using the tools that you have, right? It's not seeing everything as like a sledgehammer. There we go. All right, we're just gonna phase it out after floating all that mana. We can still kind of do it with the other. They just need a little bit more elves on the field in order for our Elvish Archdruid to net us enough mana. We have to make 5. We have to make 6 mana in order to net us 1 mana every time. We need to just make 5 in order to bounce and activate, or bounce and recast, bounce and recast. Netting 1 mana every time. Which we don't have at the moment. We have 7 minutes remaining. So it's going to end with Matt. Pretty much going to end on Matt's turn here. And if there is no winner, then it's going to go to default standings. Therefore, Derek the Machine is going to be the one to move on. Because he is number 3 seed. We're on Quan Chi Tong as we search. Sky Shroud Poacher. 3 mana, search for an elf, put it into play, then shuffle. He is a human rebel. Because he poaches elves. He enslaves them. It's okay, they're just elves. Jesus Christ, Matt. Oh. Like was it Goblin or Cabal Enslaver or something like that? Cabal Slaver? Yeah, Cabal Slaver. Whenever a goblin deals combat damage to a player, that player discards a card from his or her hand. It's a human cleric. In its quote, in its natural habitat, the goblin is stupid yet devious. Now it's stupid, devious, and powerful, says the Cabal Slaver. Gah, old magic, man. We're gonna activate the Poacher. Let's go search for a elf and put it into play. Game going to time here, pretty much. And Kyrian Elves. Kyrian Elves. Or Kyrian Ranger. Not Kyrian Elves. Kyrian Ranger. 1-drop, turn a forest. Untap target creature. Uses only once each turn. With Formidable Speaker out, we can untap the Poacher again. Kyrian Ranger can untap some mana. Okay, 1. Okay, we're just messing with the forest now. We're just playing with it in our hands. Oh, we tap it. We tap it. And he flicks it down. Nope, he keeps it untapped. He keeps it untapped. Does he want to pick it up again? Middle Speaker untap Poacher. Poacher can search for something. So have Arbor Elves to untap something, to untap a forest. And Matt passes with 1:30 on the clock. On the end step, Flood Caller. Valley Flood Caller, Instant Speed Enabler. And then Derek and Arnold goes to his turn. Derek is going to untap his rocks. So Arnold now probably has a thing, flash photography and targeting the consecrated sphinx. Flash photography, so Derek is making a copy of it. Even though flash photography does have, so flash usually has instant speed if it's targeting a permanent you control, but because we have Valid Flicker, it has flash inherently. We're all good. Trigger on draw 2, so we have Consecrated Sphinx. So now Arnold and Derek can now pass between Consecrated Sphinx. Two mana, uncounterable something. Two green. 3/4. Five, 6. We're just counting? Nope. Okay, we're doing exactly what Matt was doing and just picking up our mana and putting it back down. Alright, there we go. 6. Tezzeret the Seeker for 5. Tezzeret the Seeker is going to be searching our library for hopefully our Basalt Monolith. Derek in response, we're going to have a Mox Amber. We're just going to start flashing out everything in response to this because Arnold is tapped out pretty much. Batter Golem, there we go. Floating one with our Batter Golem, essentially making all of our rocks into rituals. Almost an artifact cost reducer now with that Batter Golem and Urza. That's right, can't be countered because of Mistrized Village. So the only way we can stop this is by exiling it or mounting it back to hand. But he's already used his subtlety, and the only other card that might be able to stop this is a Mindbreak Trap. Four mana. Karn, great creator, no activated abilities of artifacts. So Derek is looking to draw because it defaults to Derek, of course, because he's top seed. So activated abilities of artifacts your opponent's control can't be activated. So that's going to be stopping Tezzeret, not from searching, but the Basalt Monolith he searches for will come down and be stopped. Goes to get infinite mana. He's there. Arnold has all of the cards in his hand, so he can 100% just dump it into a ballista. We're going to draw 2 cards here from Chromatic Orrery, says Rob. In response, Rob is trying to put Arnold into a Con Sphinx loop here, to have Arnold and Derek both draw out their decks. Double trigger on Faction Negation. Trying to counter the Karn. He's not going to draw from Constraints. Doesn't want to go through the loop. Swan Song, the Pact Negation. So Karn comes in. Into the Flood Maw, returning Karn. Two triggers on Ristic Study, Path, Force of Negation. Pitching Sink into Stupor. And there it goes. Karn pretty much resolves here. And Derek is pretty much going to win off here because he's going to win on top of Derek. Matt's going to try to win on top here and untapping the Archdruid. We're going to snap it back to hand. Alright, it's bounced back to hand. And pretty much Arnold's not going to be winning here, so Derek is going to default it, because if Arnold passes, it goes into Derek's top cut, as he's our third seed. And Derek just wins on top of Arnold after stopping him. Not going to be able to Tezzeret, and it's just going to win on top of that. So Derek gets it, and let us get to round 5, our finals. We'll be right back. Alrighty, everyone. It is finals. It is the average 5-round CEDH here. We have of course, our day 2 of Natural 20s Thursday night CEDH always goes into midnight Friday morning. Welcome on in, everyone. We are here with Michael S. and David G. 2 unnicknamed players of our tournaments on Tim Nadargo and Kefka Court Mage. Got Mardu versus Grixis here, claiming the top 2 slots here. And then, as we saw last round, Derek the Machine winning by default and on top of Arnold, going into Seed 3 as he was our 3rd player here. And then Silverio the Fiend back on in with some Kinnan Bodder Prodigy as he won his second pod here. Silverio is going to be finishing up his mulligans. We're going to get up a poll in chat, a prediction in chat. I'm going to do this real quick, complete that prediction. Let's get up the next prediction here. Let's go see who's going to be winning the finals. I can... we got, of course, Michael, the Mardu man here. We have David G. Almost like an incumbent coming in, trying to steal himself a nickname. Derek the Machine in C3, and Silverio. The Fiend. You guys have 10 minutes to put in your predictions. Predictions start now. Silverio is getting awful luck on his mulligans here. This 4th seat has been awful in mulligans all night. We've seen people in this 4th seat keep on consistently going down to 6, 5, or even a 4. Very unfortunate, very unlucky. Very, very unlucky. So, good luck to Silverio as we get to our final mulligan, pretty much. We have to keep this. Can't really do too much if we are going down to very low. Alright. Alright, Mr. the Fiend. There we go. Finally, we've kept our last hand here. Going down to a 5. Derek, what'd you go down to? Derek, what'd you go down to? Derek, what'd you go down to? Checking his arms here. So, Derek. Okay, it's kept out. All right. Good luck. They're going to start. Fine, Derek. Going to 7. Fine, Derek. All right. Michael starts us out with a land and a Mox Diamond. Discarding a City of Traders. Going for something kind of greedy. Putting out a Ragavan. And Mardu Devotee. So Ragavan here, Nimble Pilfer, deal combat damage, create a treasure, exile top card, till ensuring you make past that card. And then Mardu Devotee, don't really get to see this one too much in the Mardu or Timnut Dargo here, but it is kind of a weird mainstay. It is a mana filter, but mainly it's a 1-drop 1/2 with an ETB Scry 2. It's a early game sacrifice outlet for Dargo. David G. City of Bryce. Simeon Spirit Guide, 2 mana. And we just get an Arcane Signet. Just pass the turn. Is that Felwarstone? Yeah, Felwarstone. Derek the Machine. Just puts out a Sensei's Divine on top and passes back to Silviero. The Fiend's gonna fetch. Get a Tropical Island, getting a Springleaf Drum. And we pass the turn. Michael? Goes to turn. And this could be our win here. Move to combat with Ragavan, swinging at David. Share the most colors. So we're going to swing at David. David's going to take the 2. Flip over the Commandeer. Can't really cast that, unfortunately. We're going to get a Tymna out on that turn 2. Turn 2 Tymna's not too bad. I think Michael wished he would have top-decked a land here in order to play out the Tymna and then swing with the Ragavan in order to get a Tymna trigger with a treasure to boot. But unfortunately, it looks like we're just going to be doing the slow way. As David goes a turn, he has 2 mana available. Perhaps 3 mana if he plays a land. No, he doesn't. He just passes. Derek goes a turn. We're going to use top in our upkeep and then go to draw. No, never mind. There we go. Never mind. Okay, there we go. That's tapped. Careful there. Second island, putting out a Voltaic Key, and passing the turn over to Silviero. Silviero is going to untap, keep draw. We're going to shock in a Breeding Pool. And we're going to put out Kinnan. Kinnan with a Springleaf Drum, making that 2 mana. Tap, and that, and Kinnan. For 2 mana, we're going to put out a Grim Monolith. So now it taps for 4 and untaps for 4. So we're going to tap it for 4. And for a, use 2 for a Simic Signet. We have 1 floating. We can use that into Simic Signet to make 3 mana. We have 2, go down to 1 for a Manifold Key. Manifold Key use the 1 last unfloating to untap the Grim Monolith. Is Silviero going for a win here? So he has 7 mana available to him. And that's enough for a spin right there. Oh, no, he doesn't have. He has 6 mana, not 7, not 7. We're in a Ragavan here. Could try to knock the Basalt Monolith off the top of Soviero's deck, but we're not going to. We're going to do 2 at David, Timna at Soviero, and then Mardu's going to come in at Derek. Damage is going to go through. Ragavan, flip. A Essence Flux. Essence Flux isn't too bad here. We could try to honestly bounce the Mardu and do a Scry. Then we have... We're going to do Timna trigger here. We could bounce the Mardu and do a Scry, and then... Nope. Okay, we're just going to go for the draw 3. Just a raw draw 3. Could do a better card selection here, Michael, but not been able to hit any other lands yet. Three mana available. Looks like Michael's just going to stop here because he's going to just try to find a way to stop Soviero in his turn. As Kennen, with all that mana, pretty darn good. Ooh, we're going to filter. 2 white. Grand Abolisher. Doesn't really help too much here, as Michael is just going to be trying to get it set up for his next turn, and he has 1 treasure available. Michael could have a silence on Soviero's turn. Pretty much the best we can hope for. Passing around a card here. We're in a daze. We're going to counter it. Hard casting the daze too. Counter spell unless player control pays 1. Do we pay the 1? We're going to pay the 1. Getting rid of the treasure. And Michael passes. Interesting choice to counter the Grand Abolisher. I mean, I guess it was a way for Michael to ensure his win on his next turn, but there could have been like some sort of... I mean, we have 3 blue decks at the table, right? They all run Chain, they all run or Chain-like effects into the Flood Maw or anything like that. Bounce spells. Could easily have like maybe bounced or search for something to bounce for the Grand Abolisher. As we go through the turns here, especially when Soviero is kind of threatening win and Michael was keeping up 1 mana to sort of feign silence, right? Derek has a lot in easy way and to dig for it a little deeper with Sensei's Divining Top. Don't know how much bounce spells and bounce magic he actually runs. David plays out of City of Traders. We'll get 2 flips here with David passes over a card to Derek to see what to do. David said, Derek says, do that now. What is there in hand here? Go 1, 2, 3. Keeping up one floating. And a volatile Stormdrake. Volatile Stormdrake. Taking cannon. So we're not taking cannon. Okay, Stormdrake ETB. Taking Grand Abolisher. Deflecting SWAT. So might be giving David here Kitten by force. Derek Askin winning. Right now, Derek is trying to make sure Michael doesn't win on his turn. That way he doesn't interact with this. All right, so we're gonna play it. It's gonna be a misdirection, and it's gonna be a Abolisher no matter what. Volatile Stormdrake goes to Michael. All right, back over to Derek's turn. Casting out an Urza, putting out a Construct. Goviero goes to turn, drawing a card. 4. For 2, we're going to play a Signet. Talisman. It's not a Signet. Talisman Curiosity, 2 floating here. Using 1 to tap Manifold Key, untap the Grim Monolith. Go down to 1. Go to 5 here. 2, go to 3. We're going to use a Moonsilver Key. Just going to search for our Basalt. We're going to sack the key. And then go get a Basalt Monolith. I'm going to counter the key. Okay, Moonsilver Key resolves and is activated. So, Soviero is going to go grab Basalt. So we grab up the Basalt. He has 1 flip right now. Three, 4, 5, 6, and 7. We are going to activate Seymour Guido. Take a look at the top 5, and let's put a big old creature on the field. Fairy Mastermind. We have enough mana to put out Basalt, but we don't, so we pass over to Michael. Michael goes to turn. No Grand Abolisher, unfortunately. Nope, Michael. We're going to go to attack. 3, 2. And then 2 over at David. 1, 2, and a 2, 1. So trying to get 2 draws here. No blocks. Damage goes through. Trigger on Ragavan. flip over a land, make a treasure. Main phase 2. Time to trigger on the stack. Vampiric Tutor. So Michael's going to be trying to push here a little bit. Michael's going to go ahead and search for a card, put it on top, and then we're going to draw 2. Michael gonna get a voice of victory? Michael needs to get some way of just advancing his board state to the point where when it gets back to Soviero, Soviero is going to be pushing for a win with a Assault in hand. We didn't attack with Timna, so we're going to lose 2 and draw 2. Gonna land for turn. Great Furnace. One, two, three. We could play. Is it a Phyrexian Altar? Final Fortune. Alright, he's gonna go for an extra turn win. Final Fortune, take an extra turn. The end turn, you lose. And we're gonna Fierce Guardianship. Counter it. And passing the turn. Alright, David. Here goes the turn. Blow 2. A pool onto the field, sacrificing the City of Traders. 6 mana available. David could just go for a win right now if he wanted. 5 mana, sorry. Just a Ristic Study. Grand Abolisher. It stops any response as a Ristic Study resolves. Alright. They're just going to go to turn, untap, upkeep, draw. Move that construct in the front. Creatures have to be in front of your lands. Play a Talon Gates of Madara. ETB trigger. We're going to get rid of Kinnan until Soviero's next turn. 1, 2, 3. Word of invention x equals 3. X equal 1? So, word of invention. Try to go for something that wins us the game. Makes us infinite mana. David in response. Red Elemental Blast. Counter target red spell. Or blue spell. A red spell that counters blue spells. And it's countered. Moving to combat. 3 damage. Over at David. David takes it. And we pass over to Soviero. Untap. Seymour Guido Kinnan comes back. One. Pay to Manifold Key. Untap Grim Monolith. Tap for 4. We're going to get a Basalt Monolith on the field. Paying for Ristic. Or pay for the 1. The 1 floating. Make infinite. Walking Ballista. Not winning, but he's going to kill everything. So Walking Ballista is just going to be seen at the end step because they have agreed for David to get a turn. We're gonna activate top. Wherever the frick the top is, it's under all of his lands because he's, I don't know, because with Urza, I guess everything is a land in a Urza player's mind. So we're gonna look at the top 3. Don't really have a way of. Alright, Derek and Michael are both dead. As it's going to be going down to David. Oop, there we go. Whoop, there we go. So back to David. It's going to be getting his Voltile Stormdrake deck because of Michael dying. David's going to get a turn. Well, of course, Walking Ballista is just going to kill him with a billion. So Soviero is going to be seeming to deny David a nickname here. So David has to have a way to, like, somehow stop the walking ballista at instant speed at split second. Trick bind? Does he run a trick bind? And David can't win, and therefore Soviero gets it with Kitten Infinite. Thank you guys so much for joining us here. We had a roller coaster of a night. Some short games, some very long games, and then finally in a middling length game. You know, 32 minutes, not too bad. Thank you guys so much for joining us. It's been Natural 20 Games. I've been your home commentator, Sean. And check out our website, natural20gaming.com, for all of your tabletop gaming needs. And on top of that, check out our actual location, Natural 20 Games. We are a local game store in wonderful Las Vegas, Nevada. So come on down, come on by. We are welcome to all players of all skill levels, not just CEDH here. We play all types of games. Thank you guys so much for joining us here, and we'll see you guys soon tomorrow for some Pokemon. Our Friday night Pokemon that we stream every Friday night. Last week was our Hobbit pre-release, so it's going to be our Pokemon normal Friday night Pokemon this time. And then, of course, you guys can tune back in next week for some more CEDH, weekly CEDH streamed every Thursday night. So come on by and watch our community throw daggers at each other's throats in order to try to win themselves a funny nickname. We'll be right back here for some more streams as per usual every single week. Thank you guys so much for joining us, and have a good night.